Well, good morning. Welcome to Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons. Friday morning. Okay, I'm looking up at the monitor and I see that I'm not moving and I'm wearing the same sweatshirt I wore on Wednesday. So that one little camera 3, is frozen. So you're not going to see me moving around, but you can see what I'm working on, and that's the most important thing. And you can hear what I'm saying. So there's probably some sort of little technical glitch that means that we'll have to reset something somewhere along the line, either during break, or we'll take an early break to fix that. Or we'll just leave it as it is because, I don't look any different except I'm wearing a different sweatshirt. So what I'm working on today, at least at the beginning of this stream, is I had base coated and touched up these gray walls. These are the rough stone gray walls. There's a lot of them there. And I'm going to be painting accent blocks. Okay, just these little different colored brownish, yellowish, orangish kind of blocks on all of them. So yeah, let's start with these here. I will paint the accent blocks and then move them on. Oh, yeah, and that's what I'll be doing, is doing anywhere from like 3 to 5 on each wall. Sometimes there's too many, so it'll be okay, but I'm going to try to not do too many on each one. So there's a fairly large number of walls that need to be done, and I'll get started on that. As soon as I get the paint thoroughly stirred, our little magic spinning, vibrating paint stirring thing. And after I'm done with these, which will be probably around break time, it'll be a good time, a little early, late, whatever. After I'm done with the accent blocks on all of these walls, there's a whole lot of other things that just recently timed that I will get started on. There's doors, there's lintels, there's the doorways. Those need to be done for sure, so that we can finish the doors on the sets that are completed. There's some wooden floors, and there's more stone walls and floors that need to be primed in blue. What else is there? There's chests. Oh, there's even some gas clouds and flames and things. So pillars, a whole lot of stuff. That might be a little more interesting. I don't know. But what we've got now is the not the most exciting in the world kind of continuation of painting accent blocks. First step is to choose the ones that will be painted a different color. I'm going to just do 3 on this one. Same here. I mean, not the same blocks, but just to not overdoing it. These corners look really different on the front and the back. It's the last, oh, it's right up here in the corner. Okay. So we'll get to painting blocks. Hammer around so that the work stays more or less on screen. You all have had a decent week and you're looking forward to the weekend if you are able to actually have a weekend. I know some people's weekend is like Sunday and Monday. Some they're like midweek because you have to work on Saturday and Sunday. Some people don't really even get off for a weekend. Guess they may have to work like 10 days straight and then get 2 or 3 days off. Hopefully, if you don't have this weekend away from work, you have some time. And I know some people just end up working extra jobs. They don't really ever have a time off because they need to work their second or even third job on the days that they have off from their other jobs. Oh my. No, start it off. Yeah, I'll just even that out. That'll be okay. So our thanks to you who are putting in that extra effort. Getting to the edges of the blocks there. Yeah, I'm just getting started here, getting warmed up. And painting in kind of a mediocre way so far today. Hopefully it'll get better as I get back in the groove of painting these rough stone blocks. These are a little more challenging than the cut stone, which are nice little rectangles with sharp edges. These have a lot of texture, but they look pretty cool. I mean, once these are washed and the texture of the blocks comes out, they're really excellent looking. Oh yeah, well, let's see if I can fix that sometimes. Hit the spot with the brush. No, I'm gonna have to get out the gray paint and touch that spot right there. The alternative is to just paint that block too, but I don't want to on this one. So before I set this one aside, I'm going to get out the gray paint and the other smaller brush that I've got. It's kind of Nikki's old brush, which is kind of worn out, but will be fine for that kind of touch-up and hit that spot. Otherwise, it's the kind of thing I'll forget. And then it will show. I mean, it's a tiny little speck, but it's the kind of thing that shows when the tile is done. So again, I apologize for the fact that, yep, I will do a flip in a little while. That one camera seems to be frozen. At some point along the way, we'll take a break and see if we can't get that started again. I'm not quite sure what happened. It probably didn't shut down correctly on Wednesday. I'm guessing it's kind of a technical error. Because I was inattentive about something. So, as with a lot of things, sometimes the shutting down is actually more important than the starting up. Because if something isn't shut down correctly, sometimes a fair amount of maintenance is required. For those of you who are antique airplane buffs, very large, very complicated. I think it was one of the very last piston engines that were used on large aircraft. And if I recall correctly, it was used on the B-36 bomber, which was this gigantic beast. It had 6 piston engines, and those turned out to not... They were pushers, so the propellers were on the back of the plane. It was really kind of interesting. And even those weren't powerful enough to basically take off when it was loaded. You know, when the fuel tanks were full, and it was carrying, I think, 2 thermonuclear weapons. And the thermonuclear weapons were not of the size that you fit on a missile. These things were, I'd say that they were a little bigger than what we would consider to be a minivan each. So that's why the bomber was so huge, because the weapons were huge. So anyway, yeah, this piston engine had somewhere like 3 banks of 12 cylinders each. It was incredibly complicated. And if I remember correctly, they actually used the same engine or a variation of it, the Lockheed Constellation, the Connie, the beautifully shaped passenger airliner with the turbo tail. Anyway, the point of the story is that this thing was so complicated that it took like 20 minutes to shut down an engine properly. And if it weren't shut down exactly the way it needed to be, in terms of the sequence of events, shutting down a certain pressure line and reducing RPMs and that sort of thing, you couldn't get it started again. And so there were mechanics that actually specialized in turning off these engines, because the shutdown process was so critical. And then sometimes they just wouldn't go. And I had no idea why not. People would try things and they just couldn't get us started. So wherever they were used, including on the passenger routes, and this is, I believe, actually very true, is that wherever these planes would fly, the B-36s and later on the Connies, there were always spare engines. At the peak of maintenance, every place they stopped. Because sometimes the only way to get them going again would be to trade out an engine. Anyway, yes, sometimes it's just as or more important to shut things down correctly than it is to make sure that they're actually started correctly. And that was one example. And that camera that's aimed at me is another example. Okay, yeah. I did that once before, because I thought I was nearly done, and it turned out that I missed an entire side of a wall, like right here. But I found it in time before I set it aside, and I have not yet stuck my finger in the paint. I think I will do a flip, but I'm thinking I'm see if Who will sign on today, because Who is always wanting a flip as well. Do one flip instead of having to do two. But if Who doesn't show up for a while, I'll do one for you. Okay, moving along here with these blocks here. Just a little bit this way. Actually, oftentimes the camera is right. Really? Just dry paint from the cap. I was looking at that piece and it was the accent color paint right in the middle of it. And I didn't remember splashing. I did slip the brush a little bit, one little dot there, but I didn't splash. Anyway, it was just dried paint from the cap when I opened it. Okay, so this one is that's how they look. What I need to do is just set this down briefly. Stirring this. Get the paint on the brush, it works better. There we go. And I stuck my finger there on the end. That was clumsy. Okay. So this one's done now. Repainted. Weird for that one. So it looks like this is kind of like a raised spot, and I'm just getting a glint from the wet paint. Okay, so I'll set that aside with the others. Throw that in the water and clean it up later. And we'll do another corner here. Got them marked. Getting them marked is, well, kind of important because you want the same ones painted on both sides, because it's the stone block that is made of a different material. That's the impression I'm giving here. And if someone's watching carefully, they will note that the blocks go through the wall, because the walls aren't made out of the blocks, and that if a block is made out of a different material, it will be that same material on both sides, all around the block, or in case of an end, all the way around. To mark it with just a little dot of paint. And the little dot is good because if Upon further inspection, you see that marked wrong. The touch-up is just a spot and not an entire block. You might see, I find it much easier to push the paint up to the edge of the raised surface. And too far. That's where I end up splashing paint onto the next block over. So, yeah, it's a little inefficient, but it works for me to paint in one direction and flip it over and paint it. Save the edges last because you can see that's where I'm holding it. And I'm holding these instead of using a holder because these blocks are really they're big and they're heavy and they have to be moved around in weird ways that their thing doesn't work. Getting my fingers in the paint. These at the end. I do paint all the way to the end because there's nothing there to get the paint on. Alexis will probably be annoyed when she looks at the recording because there'll be a whole chunk of this with that main camera not working. But I thought, well, that's probably about the least important part of the whole thing. Get started just to make sure the stream started more or less on time, but also because there's just a lot of work to do. There's a lot of blocks to paint. And there's a lot, so yeah, I'll just apologize again for the technical glitch, and at some point there will be a break and someone will fix it. We need to reset and restart the whole thing. You could just turn off the camera. That's another thing. You just turn off the camera and then you'll just see a blank spot up there, but you won't know that anything is missing. Nobody in chat has noticed that I'm not moving and that I'm wearing the same sweatshirt that I was wearing on Wednesday. Because what you're seeing on the screen, if you're seeing the same thing I am, and maybe you're not, I don't know. The little camera that aims at me or the painter, whoever it is, seems to have I did try the old turn it off, turn it on trick, and that didn't seem to work, so Yeah, that's our flawed stream for Friday, at least during the first part of it. Everything else seems to be working. The little red record light is on. The bars on the bottom are moving. I talk, so that's happening. I'm not sure if the music's on though. Everything that needs to be reset. Apologize for the technical glitches, such as they are. The camera that's on me is frozen. It will need to be fixed a little bit later. The music may or may not be playing. When I'm down here, the music is added to the stream, but I don't have any speakers down here. Then I'd get reverb. If I said something, it would come across on the speaker and then be picked up on the microphone. That would be pretty annoying. And I don't know if the music's playing, but if it isn't, I apologize for that as well. But it's relaxing anyway. And you can see what I'm doing. And this has actually been on camera, so that's a real plus. That's a good thing today. Is the stuff that I'm painting has remained on camera. Done with this one, I'll explain and demonstrate a little bit about these diagrams. Do then is I paint the top because I don't touch that very often. Paint the sides, which are the last things, because I tend to touch those more. I've been getting paint on my fingers from somewhere, and that somewhere must be one of the painted surfaces, which is a place where I shouldn't be putting my fingers. Some great touch up on this one. So what is that? 2 out of 2? I think that is. Fortunately, I do have this other brush, so I don't need to go from one to here with the obligatory spot paint. Fingers. Any other obvious flaws, so there's that. Thing is an inside corner. Let me show you how that works. As opposed to the outside corner. Okay, you can have an inside corner, and you use two plain wall tiles and attach it to this little pillar that fills in the gaps. Otherwise it would look like that, which is kind of okay, but it's not complete. So as you see, as I'm playing around with these, how they work. These tiles, dungeon tiles, are all printed on the 3D printers that are behind me, that even in the frozen image you can see. Okay. No, I didn't do a flip yet. I was waiting for you because you're special. Yeah, so the way these tiles work is that they're printed, the ball and the floor, this whole thing here, is printed as one solid piece, which means that you don't have the wall attached separately to the floor. It's very sturdy, it doesn't break off. And then there are magnets, ball magnets, that are inserted into the base of this, and a flat plate is simply glued onto the bottom. And so these ball magnets rotate in orientation, and so you can attach to each other and they hold. And you can just move it in any kind of configuration you want. You know, unlike some sets where the magnet's basically just a little disc magnet on the bottom and you put it on a metal plate. No, you can use these on any surface. This is wood, and they attach to each other in any orientation. And so you can, although this is a specific set that's designed to be a necromancer lair, you can disassemble it, reassemble it in any way that you want. You can even do it during gameplay. You know, if you have a limited number of these sets, or if you want the set to change during combat, you can very quickly take it apart. Anything else out of it. It's really, these things are really cool. They're very sturdy. They're very cool. They're printed, primed, base coated, painted, detailed, and finished all by hand here in the USA, specifically Michigan, which is where I am right now. And I'm going to paint this one, and then I'll do a flip for Who and UO Gem. I was apologizing earlier because it looks, at least to me, like the camera that's focused on me is frozen. Frozen at some point on Wednesday, because that's the sweatshirt I was wearing Wednesday. And I turned it off and I turned it on, which should have reset it, but it didn't, so it's not the camera, I guess. So I don't know quite what you're seeing, but that's what I'm seeing. And I'm not sure if the music is playing or not. Needs a reset as well. So we're at least as far as I can see on my monitor here, the main camera that's focusing on what I'm painting is working. At least in terms of understanding what's happening during this session of relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. And as soon as I finish this block, I will do a flip. There. No, this is always easy. I'll flip another bottle of that. Last time I did this, I was able to get it to land on its edge. Now I'm not even able to get it to land anywhere other than one. There we go. Just rolled off screen. So there's the flip. Not a very good one, but it is what it is. So if you're paying attention, is the music playing? Can you tell? Reset I'm going to need to do today. At least it looks like it's recording, so as long as the recording can be, saved. If we have to reset and restart everything during a break, at least that'll be there. To do accent blocks on these rough stone walls. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them done. There are 1, 2, 6, 7, 11. Looks like there's a dozen left after this one. So this will be going on for a good long time. And then once I'm done with these, then there is a whole pile of other miscellaneous things that I'll be working on in kind of a miscellaneous way. We got some, Nikki did a whole lot of priming earlier this week. Pieces that we need to complete some of the sets we've been working on. So there are some floor tiles, wooden floor tiles, that need to be base coated. There's some scatter pieces like chests and desks and things that need to be painted. There are lintels for the tops of the doors, and there are the doors themselves. So I'll just, depending on how much time is left and what I feel like doing and how steady my hand is, start diving into those. Those might be a little bit more interesting, some of them at least anyway, than just watching either base coating or accent block painting, which is what I've been doing for the last 2 weeks. Because there's just a lot of it. We're trying to put together 6 different sets, I think. And there are 2 color variations of some of the sets. That's what I'm doing here. There's for the stone sets, at least some of them, there is a dark foreboding kind of color combination that has a dark blue base and a wash over that. And then you've got this, which is lighter. It's a light gray color base. Also ending up being washed. But they're quite different in their appearance. So depending on what you want, like if you want an evil lair with a horror boss in it or something, you might want the dark foreboding colored set. And if you want like a Machiavellian king who would want a throne room that's a lot lighter and brighter, then you would want this gray lighter colored set. So that's why I'm painting this one different base color. So yeah, so I painted one side, finishing up the other, and then I'll do the top of that one block. I usually do at least one, occasionally I'll do 2 that go across the top, because when you're looking down on these, which you frequently are when you're using them, or if you're doing a stream with them, the camera will show from the top. Yeah, it gives a little bit of a variety. If it were all just that plain gray color like that, it would be a little dull. But if you pop in one of these, then it livens it. So, and most of these tiles or blocks or whatever I end up calling them, which is different each time I talk about them, I'll do one at one, sometimes 2 of the blocks that go across the top. It's less important to get them on the ends, at the edges like this, because usually, it'll go together. And whether it's this block or that block doesn't make much difference, but, some end blocks as well. And you might just have a set up where it just ends, like it just ends there. It's just this freestanding wall or something, and so that kind of helps break up the edge of it. But mostly what I try to do is I'll just pick one block and mark that, and then select the other blocks on that particularly wall face to make it just look kind of balanced. Like I wouldn't want a cluster of like 4 here. Well, maybe that would work. You have like a cluster of 4 here and then nothing else on that particular tile. Maybe I'll try that. These little diagonal 2s, those are kind of good. I think that works. Sometimes I'll do a 3 and then one off to the side. Dungeon buttons. There's a lot of texture or contour in the top here. And some of these blocks are really highly textured. Well, that's an achievement. It looks like I did that without getting paint anywhere. I'm going to grab another corner. There are a lot of corners in this set. And let's see, we'll do this one. Maybe this one down here. Need to do one. I tend to paint this one a lot. Just going to go up here. Too bad. Let's see. Well, this is... that's interesting. I could do this here in the back, and because of the way, you know, the ball is formed, it's in there, so it doesn't actually even show up front. It's hidden. I've done that before. And I think I'll do the corner block. Why am I dithering? Just these two. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. We're trying to be efficient about these. Trying to learn how to do them with high quality and with some speed. These accent blocks, they're not real difficult to paint. It's just that it needs to be done with a little bit of care. There's always this question, how far up over the edge do you go? I'm probably, I'm being slower than Nikki would be if she were painting. But, for me, this is just relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons on Friday morning. Don't get it. Painted these blocks, and sometimes I will dither for a few seconds about which blocks should be painted, as opposed to just going boom, 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 which is another way of doing it. One could just close one's eyes and poke a wall like 3 times in your eyes, and then be surprised about which blocks are going to be accented. I'm almost tempted to try that. Do this. because there's like a weirdly raised edge along it. Okay. Yeah, now we do the other side. At some point soon, I'm going to have to clean this brush because after a while, paint starts to dry on the brush, as you all know if you've been doing painting. And it gets gummed up. It doesn't spread very well. It just builds up. So after I'm done with this tile, this block, this whatever I'm calling them at the moment, I'm going to do the brush cleaning bit. Reaching halfway across the workbench. I don't like to do these corner blocks very often. And you're doing a block in the middle of the wall. You do one side and then the other side. So you're just doing two sides. But with a block like this, you end up with, instead of two surfaces, four. So it's twice as much time for one block as it is for your standard in the middle of the wall. But occasionally, you know, I'll do that just because we want these all to look different. Stir up, not only clean the brush, but probably stir up the paint as well after this one. It's not going to even hold it at all. Let's let it sit there on the table. Do that with these corner blocks. Okay. Got this one to be painted on top, and this one painted on top and side. This particular hand in this case, right here in Michigan, USA. Two alike. Okay, make sure I got all the surfaces here. Get an even line across the top of the blocks because that's what people see. Yeah, okay, got them all. There's that. And clean this brush, especially along the tops of the bristles there. It gets really gummy up. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a shake, an old stir shaker thing. What should we do with this one? It's one of those. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a white spot there where no paint ever got in. So probably pull out the touch-up brush and drop a little bit of gray paint on there before I'm done with this one. A little bit of red paint that came off on the towel as I wiped off the brush, which was weird because that hasn't been in any red paint in yeah, this one's got all sorts of little spots on it that I missed during touch-up. There's another one down there. One at the bottom isn't that important, but some of these others. So when I get to the touching up part, the gray part, just go around the whole thing and catch some spots if I need to. Yeah, this brush is working a lot better now that it is cleaned up. So I will periodically wash out the brush. Today, Quiet Friday. Too much to say. I've been speculating about all sorts of things this week. About Thanksgiving potluck matrices, things to argue about. What is football really? The perception of fractions and percentages. And other things to chat about. Yeah, so it would be a quiet, relaxing painting day. Since I'm immobile on the camera anyway. Surprise people if that motionless figure wasn't talking. At least it's, like I said, it's motionless on my screen. I don't know what you're seeing. Be working on the stream. Kind of doubt it. This is supposed to be a reflection of what's going out onto the stream. But there it is. Apparently there's a problem with one of the little cameras, the least important one anyway. Setting that aside and pull out this gray paint here. This is the base coat paint. Didn't get touched up when I did touch up. Exciting. Cap it up. And the main reason isn't so much like to keep it from drying. No, I mean, it does that. The main reason is, boom, keep it from getting knocked over by a careless movement of the hand. Some call. Corner. Little corner. Okay. So, paint. I'm going to do the one right diagonally under it. So here. And that's enough there. My corner block was kind of cool. I might do this one too, just, you know. Why not? I've got a corner here. We'll talk about Michigan weather. Michigan weather has been actually quite chilly the last few days. Occasionally showers. Little sprinkles of rain, not a whole lot. Just enough so that it's not just cold, but it's damp. And yes, indeed, I turned my collar to the cold and damp. We do that a lot here. Yeah, but it's almost 2 months ago now. In mid-October, mid to late October, we had 5 days of non-stop snow. Really early in the year. It's not unusual to get a little sprinkling of snow in October, but usually it's like a quarter of an inch, right? Maybe up to like an inch of wet snow that melts really pretty quickly. But this was a deluge of lake effect snow. I think some of you probably saw on TV the weather stations, the news stations featured buffalo as they were getting like 6 feet of it. And here in Michigan, it wasn't 6 feet, but it was close to over 2. We ended up getting 2 feet of snow in October. And then it got cold, so it actually hung around for quite a while. And then, of course, when you expect snow, like in December, all we've been getting is drizzle. It has been pretty chilly. Drizzle doesn't make it feel any better. There are certain weird times of the year where it's usually, regardless of the temperature, and sometimes even regardless of the precipitation, things can get really pretty here in Michigan. But there are certain times of the year that are just not very nice at all. They tend to be between Thanksgiving and Christmas. We oftentimes, almost always, will get some snow for Christmas. It's really kind of weird how you get this kind of gray, cold, drizzly weather for practically a month. You don't mind it so much on Thanksgiving. You're kind of moving around and relatives are coming and you're preoccupied with things other than the weather. The first half of December, at least, tends to be just that. It's just hunkers just above freezing. It's like 34, 35 degrees out. And it drizzles, and it's cold and damp. It's kind of unpleasant. And then usually the snow starts around the 20th or so. And the snow can be really beautiful, especially we live in the woods, and literally we are in a forest. And so it gets on the branches. We have some white pines in the understory, and oak and sassafras and cherry and stuff. And it can look really, really pretty. So except, for having to move it off the sidewalks and the driveways, and maybe even having to go out and drive in it, which isn't that much fun. It's kind of a pretty time of the year. And that generally hangs on, with temperatures varying between cold and really cold through January and most of February. And then you get March. And March is, let's just say it's kind of like early December. Temperatures hover mid-30s, 40. There isn't any sun. It's really kind of gray and dismal. The difference, though, is in December, the leaves have fallen from the trees and it's all kind of bare, but you don't mind it that much. It gets covered in snow a little bit now and then. But in March, the snow is melted, okay? And pretty much what you get is a month of mud. Nothing's growing yet. It's one thing when the leaves are kind of falling off the trees, but they haven't been down that long, a month or so. But now the trees have been bare for all winter, and it's starting to get warm. And you're thinking, well, maybe it's spring, but nothing grows. In March, it's just gray. But it also gets weird. I mean, sometimes, like wedding day, which was in the middle of March, it's like 72 degrees out and it's sunny. Sometimes you'll just get a weird day like that. Oh yeah, and then you get St. Patrick's Day. And then on that day, nobody minds that it's cold and damp and gray because, celebrating St. Patrick's Day. Okay, well, let's see. Right, I've got 3 inside corners, and only, this isn't too bad. It's coming along. Look, I don't want to keep painting the same block all the time. Looks like I need to do like an end and do this side because I wanted to poke the other side, and I restrained and poked this side instead. Two down here. I'm sure that looks okay with just the 3 of them. So there. Yeah, so we can complain about the weather just sometimes here. Getting a blizzard, a 5-day long, never unrelenting, constant light snowfall of wet, heavy snow in October wasn't all that nice. It would be okay now, or maybe in a week or 2 just before Christmas. It's always nice to have the white Christmas cliche thing. Snowfall. Especially if you're having a few people over and you're hosting, which means that all you need to do is make sure the driveway is clear, but you don't have to drive in, Which out where we live is actually kind of a good thing because let's just say that it's rural. I mean, kind of rural. It's not a main road, which means that it's not a high priority for plowing. In fact, when we had that October blizzard, they didn't bother plowing the last 6 inches of the stuff. Oh, it's going to get warm, it'll melt. Yeah, well, it turned into a glacier. It's all the cars packed down the wet snow into an ice layer. So the first mile out of our driveway was really careful. Then get off of that to the main road, which is, a little more heavily used, and everything was perfectly clear and dry. To have icy roads here, 1/10 of a mile. Wooded areas are shaded and it didn't melt. Right on up until Thanksgiving, really. Lasted like a month. In fact, I was just out getting the mail yesterday and noticed that at the end of the driveway, where the snow tends to pile up a little bit, inches of ice left from those October snowstorms. Not unusual. If the plows actually come through, they kind of pile the snow up at the ends of driveways and things. And then the ice can get under the leaves. In the spring, the leaves will blow over them, or it'll seep down underneath if it melts and freezes. There's actually a little patch of ice insulated by a pile of leaves at the end of our driveway one year on Memorial Day. It was pretty funny. And it's not like it hadn't been warm. It's just that there was a whole lot of it melted slowly, and these were insulated by a layer of leaves. It wasn't much, you know, it was like 6 square inches or something, but it was there. Okay, that one's done. Over here, I'm gonna do an inside corner. I might do the top here. You know, it's kind of a pain, and then what did I do on the other one? I could do this one. Try to balance it off. Very few blocks on these inside corners, as you can see. So there aren't very many choices about what to paint. Keep looking the same. Two more of them, so maybe I'll do those next, just so I can do like a compare and contrast so that they're different from each other. Michigan weather. Oh. Okay, chatting away and thinking, oh, it's going pretty well. Just put a block of paint in a very it's just not good. That's going to have to be touched up. I'm going to set, there was so much there that it probably needs to dry a little bit before I touch it up. The other two inside corner pillars. So yeah, you could tell I didn't have, there's not much for chatting today. We ended up talking about the weather. So I'll just keep talking about the weather. I guess I stopped talking about the weather there for a minute. Okay, now, yeah, there it is on the side here. I'm going to set it like this and try to remember to get that block. Okay, so for this one, okay, there's this small block here, this small stone. It's just a single stone. It's not, it only goes halfway around. I thought it went all the way around, but it didn't. It's the mortar joint is very shallow there. See it. And it might be enough for that one. What we do here. You paint the you really want to do the bottom one because I don't want to get it on the floor. That would just be a mess. What should I do with this one? I haven't done this. I'll do this and on this on the other side. We'll do these two. That should be good. People who watch football, or the real football without an adjective, like American football, or Australian rules football, or Canadian football, just football. I guess the World Cup is restarting today. We got France and England. I guess that's kind of a traditional rivalry that goes back centuries and centuries. Not the football kind, the country rivalry. Years ago. England didn't play that well in the round-robin round. A lot of teams didn't. They had a slow start, or they took their opponent too lightly, or something, or they were just trying to build up drama so that they could get better TV ratings or rile up the fans at home. Who knows? I guess France had a couple of good games. Maybe France is actually favored today. I'm not sure. It's the other game. Is the other game Portugal? I can't remember. It might be them. Spain lost. Have you ever watched the Spanish team play? They played the same way this time as they did in the last World Cup. And it's not surprising that all their games end in like 0-0 ties with shootout at the end, because they don't do anything. You read the statistics and it's like, and Spain completes an astounding 1,147 passes. Well, yeah, because they just stand at midfield and pass it back and forth. They did that in the World Cup in 2018. I saw part of their game. It was like, okay, what are you waiting for? And the other side just stands there and says, okay, well, if all you're going to do is pass, I'm going to stand here and watch you pass back and forth. Yeah, you're getting really high passing statistics. And of course, the other team can't score because they can't even get the ball because it's just being passed back and forth, back and forth, back and forth at midfield. And if they do get it, Spain has all of their people in defensive situation because they're all at midfield passing the ball around. Anyway, they did the same thing this time. And of course, it ended up as a 0-0 tie. And of course, there was a shootout, but this time, the goalkeeper managed to keep the ball from going in, and the Spanish goalkeeper didn't. But they have to be like the most boring, almost annoying team. I guess they fired their coach. I guess you can at least say that, that the Spanish team players are probably well rested because they don't run around. Just seeing Spain here, and I love Spain. Spain is beautiful. We had a great time there once, a couple of years ago. It's a beautiful country. The food is amazing, but their soccer style sucks. Right? Anyway, yeah. So maybe they'll develop a more exciting style of play now. But they got knocked out early. I think last World Cup they made it to the semifinals because they would win the shootouts at the end of their 1-1 0-0 tie. And that's the other thing, just you watch these games and they play 90 minutes plus extra time. And then if it's a tie, they'll play another period. So they're sitting there running around, exhausting themselves, playing, 2 hours. So they'll play 2 hours. And then the game is decided on goalkeeper practice. Puts the ball right in front of the net and kicks it at the goalkeeper. So you get 2 hours of play time, which may or may not be exciting depending on style of play and all of that. I mean, it might be really thrilling where there's a whole lot of shots on goal and amazing saves by the goalkeeper or a defender. A lot of movement back and forth or just passing it in the field. Anyway, you get 2 hours of that. And then you have goalkeeper practice. So why even bother? I think that's a real cheat. I think that, and I know it would just take up a whole lot of time and people would get exhausted and the fans would have who knows what. But just keep playing until someone scores them. And at some point, one team or the other is either going to make a breakaway and score, or one team or the other will just get exhausted and the other team will take advantage of that because they have a little more stamina. One team or the other will just say, I'll need to have a break and go to the pub, so they let it go through. Not that that would happen. Not in profession. Anyway, yeah. That shootout nonsense, I think, they need to come up with something else. So I know that in the round robin rounds, they allow ties. Well, that's just fine. A tie is a tie. And I know that in the knockouts they can't, because somebody has to win. But, just keep playing until somebody wins. Remember, just don't waste the 2 hours and just have goalkeeper practice instead. Instead of 3 shots, have you want to extend it a little bit. So have it 9. Get 9 shots on goal. Waste your time with the whole rest of the game if you're not going to play the game anyway. So that's my rant about football. I think actually in basketball has it best if they don't allow a tie. They just go into overtime. And the overtime isn't until somebody scores. The overtime is a set amount of time. Just keep playing overtime periods until one of them ends. with one team ahead. And I think that works pretty well because, you know, since it's not based on whoever scores first, but who scores most during a set period of time, it's not like the outcome depends on a coin toss or something, like possession of the ball. And that's just my opinion about it. Doesn't make any sense to play 2 hours and then have it all come down to kicking the ball at the goalkeeper 3 times. You play one overtime period of whatever it is, 15 minutes or something, and you just keep doing that. And you make it based on the amount of time that you play, not sudden death. Some of these, it actually looks okay. I mean, it's okay to have a couple of them with a lot of blocks. I did one couple with 5. And that looks okay, but sometimes you don't need to overdo it in terms of accent blocks. I've got here, right at the end. 2, 3. There's only 4 more left after this. All pretty well. Get the paint out again. Touching up what needs to be touched. Fixed again. See some little spots, touch the spots. Probably here too. Looks like that went a little too far. Better. It's okay. I think there's something wrong with this one. Let's see if I can find it. So I don't see it now. Good. Okay, this wall. I think we'll paint the corner, top here, here. Need something here. Which one of these? So. It's a little left heavy, but it's okay. I've got 3 straight walls and a curved wall. Yeah, it'll take me a little bit past noon. So it'll be a good time for a break. And I'll take my break then. Advise they who are good at technical stuff to come look at what is going on here with the camera and see whether we're going to, if it is a problem, whether we're going to bother fixing it for the last half of the stream or not. So let's see, what did I do? I complained about the weather. Well, not complained, I described the weather and its impressions it is during parts of the year here in Michigan. Explained that we also got lots of lake effect snow when Buffalo got clobbered. We got a couple feet of it. Did complain about the shootouts in football because I think that's just a real cheat. Right? Just really. So you didn't book the stadium for enough time to finish the game, but finish the game, really. The beer at the 70-minute mark. Well, so you can't keep going longer because then the fans will start getting rowdy. This one was maybe not the best choice. There's sometimes a lot of texture on these blocks. Paint evenly on it, especially on the edge. there's a white spot there that I don't like. Pull the gray paint out again real quickly and just touch that up. And I'm not going to set it aside. I'm just going to get it done right away. This remind me not to do this corner block. It is an uncooperative level of texture. Sometimes you just need to go a little further. Good. Need to refine that obvious spot. That was so obvious that it bothered me. But right now I can't see. Okay, well, sometimes that happens. Blurring spot of not adequately painted base that now doesn't exist anymore. So, yeah, so it is. Okay. Let's do 2 on the top on this one. Haven't done that in a while. Let's do this one and this one. So we'll do 5 on this one. Haven't done 5 in a bit. So this one will be pretty, this will be highly decorated in terms of the number of accent blocks. But if they're spread out enough, actually it looks okay. It looks kind of like it looks decent. What shall we talk about over these last 10 minutes before the break? Baseball? See, baseball is another one that does a good job of finishing a tie game. Is both teams have an equal chance. Okay, you play a full inning. So both teams get an at-bat. It's not like a sudden death thing where you flip a coin and as the team that goes first scores, it's over. Both teams have an equal chance, and if after one of those extra innings it's still a tie, because neither team scored or they both scored the same, then you keep playing until somebody does. They did introduce a cheat recently, though, which I don't know. I guess they didn't want all of these scoreless innings and on, so when you go into extra innings, overtime basically, they put a runner on second base. So you start with somebody on second base, which is supposed to encourage scoring. It still keeps it even because both teams get the same advantage. But I still think just makes it more likely that someone will score. And you need to in order to end the game. No, really. So yeah, it makes it more likely that someone could score on a single, as opposed to needing like multiple hits to score a run or a home run. So I guess maybe what was happening was that there were too many games that just went on until someone hit a home run or hit a big rally. But I think it's actually one of the kind of silly cheats that people are introducing into games because people have short attention spans. Or they don't have enough commercials in the queue to keep playing during an extended time or something. But yeah, I mean, baseball's not bad compared to football with its shootout at the end. Let's see. Oh yeah, tennis is another game that does okay. I mean, if you're basically tied at the end of what would be normal time, which is scoring enough points. Yeah, because you have to win by 2. You just keep playing, and so a game in tennis could go on forever, theoretically. But yeah, at least they're sticking with tradition, and if that's the way it is, that's the way it is, until somebody finally gets exhausted or breaks down or makes a mistake or something. I think hockey's okay, as long as they don't do stupid shootout things either. But it always seems best, like if you just add an extra period of time on, even if you do something silly, like give a runner on second base just to move things along. At least, both teams have an equal shot at it, and they're actually playing a game and not just doing practice chip shots. Let's see which one of these championship level World Cup games ends up in a shootout, as opposed to just somebody actually winning. Shootouts, to use the American phrase, football shootouts. Or just, so this goalkeeper is standing there facing somebody who's right in their face in the middle of the pitch, the playing surface, like just a few feet away, and they're going to kick it one side or the other. And all the goalkeeper can do is guess. And then they leap to one side or the other, just as the ball is being kicked. And sometimes it just looks really, like, seriously, when you jump to the wrong side, so the ball just sort of loops into the net while the goalkeeper is sprawled out 20 feet away. You need to block a shot because there's no reaction time because the kicker is so close. Why the shootout is really kind of silly, but there it is. That need to be touched up, so yeah, just go around and touch up spots that you can barely even see because it's paint on it. Yeah, we've got one straight now. Curved ball. Shall we do it this way? Do this one because it looks kind of scabby in terms of its base coat. This one. This one. Yeah, there's more great touch up on this one though too. Oh no. Painter has gone silent. Yeah, I'm going to have to, when I go on break here in a couple of minutes, after I finish the next wall and wash off this brush, I'm going to have to not just take a break, but get some inspiration for additional monologue. Big thing I totally missed. It's the pool. And I recall do accent blocks on that as well. I'm going to have to take a look at the one I did earlier to see what I did. But I think that I do like maybe 3 or something on along the top ring of that. And I definitely want to do those before I finish up, because then we'll be putting this paint away and moving on to something else. So my break is going to be delayed. Up these items that need to be accent blocked. Yeah, brushes needs to be cleaned anyway. So after I clean it, I should be able to get the last couple done. So yes, when I'm on break, I will get another beverage. And try to get inspiration for an additional monologue. Or at least make sure that the music is playing. If nothing else, we need to check it. Things working well enough to get through Friday. Needs some touching up and brush washing so it all comes together pretty well. Needed some gray paint. And they're obvious, and then they stop being obvious. Okay. Though I'm gonna get, you won't see me get off camera because I'm not on camera. At least right now. Check. Tide pool. That one. Let's get this curved wall here done. These curved corners are really cool. They make like little alcoves, or they make a boring room look fancy when you get a curved corner instead of a square corner. Put a little more wall surface on here, so we'll definitely do 5. This one, maybe do a couple of, like a diagonal here, and then do there. Actually, that looks like enough. Just given how they got spread out there. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah, even on the back, that looks okay with just 4. So that worked out okay. Sometimes you mark one of these and then try to mark a second stone, and you end up needing to put a whole bunch of them accented just to make it look balanced, and sometimes it just works out that just a couple of them make it look just fine. I'm not sure where I would put another one, unless it was up here in the corner maybe. Yeah, it's a little heavy on this side and not much on this side, but I don't know. And see where I would do another. So this would be good. Okay, I think what's happening is that the paint, I need to just take some time to stir it up again. It's getting a little bit of a skin on the top. Well, a little viscous right on the top there. It's exposed to the air. And that's what's causing the less than viscosity of the paint. Because that bottle's been open for quite a while as I've been doing this. But I'm so close to being done. A fair amount of surface area. Yeah, see, all of a sudden, totally different texture of the paint. There's quite a lot of surface area to be done on the slime pool. So, a good thing that the paint would be behaving and yeah, okay. It looked good from one angle, and then I turned it over, and it looked like, yeah, the paint went too far. But that'll need fixing. I'll let this one dry while I'm doing the slime pool, and then come back and repaint that line there. Maybe even along the top. And here is that the paint was getting like the skin on the top. Got used to the viscosity of it. Now it's thinner, and I'm rolled into the crevices. This will just need a little bit of gray touching up. I'm done with the pool. People's here. Okay, so this is the slime pool, and I need to paint some accent blocks around here. So there's going to be at least one set where there's two next to each other, so there they are. Looks like there, here, that. Maybe I'll do another double. Here. That's it on the other one. So we will start painting those. These are cut, cut stone. They've got a really nice sharp raised edge. So if we're a little bit careful, it's not too difficult. But they need to be painted on the outside as well. And what now I remember when I did them before. Painting them on the outside to make sure the paint gets down to the bottom. The paint gets onto the stone floor, and for that I needed a fair amount of touch-up, which is just as well because I need to do blue touch-up anyway. Yeah, so these take a bit. Need to do the tops and then the insides, and those will probably need some touch-up because it touches the base stone there. This part's quick and easy, but then the rest of it's a little slower, and then there's a good deal of mixed up the paint because there's a lot of surface area that needs to be painted in these blocks. Paint for gummy, it would be more difficult than one would need in difficult gummy life. These on the tops just to get it done because it gives me a sense of accomplishment. Paint the inside and I will paint the outside, and then put the blue and do a bunch of touch-ups. So no matter what I do, it's going to get down onto that edge. So we'll just have to paint the inside of it to make it look the way we want. Okay, that one worked out okay. The edge be it's hard to see there. I can't. Sorry, but I'm going to get the angle so that I can paint it. It's sort of off camera. And it's not off camera. It's just edge on to camera. Yeah, it looks like I'm kind of getting it pretty well. There's just a little touch up on the edge, on the inside edge. But there's like this little, we put the brush up against it, there's this little edge that shows, which makes it kind of easy to get close to where I want it. Usually you look at it from the top, and so that's why you just want that to not be there. Okay, and you want to make sure that the edge of the stone is painted, but you don't look at it from this angle, so it's less important that that be brown and more important that it not be brown on the inside. So I'll just, with the gray paint, I'll just push it right up against the edge so that it's even. The outside is a little harder. To get the stone right, and it definitely gets onto the stone floor. There's just no way around that, but that's easy to touch up by pushing the paint up to it. If I remember now, with the other one. Get it. There's just a little lip of paint there that you just don't want showing on the stone floor. If the gray comes slightly up on the edge of the stone, because you can't see that, but you can see it. You can't see the brown paint on the floor looking down on it. Anyway, that's the experience I've had with this anyway. good one because it doesn't touch the floor very much. And I got just a few more. I'm going to let this one dry while I touch up the other one. Because I want to use the brush I'm using now and not the brush I was using for touch-up before. This is a better brush. Gives me a little better control. Okay, sure. All the edges here. Okay, I should be done with this now. I'm actually going to mix this up a little bit. Take that part and make sure that this brush is dry. And then we'll do the last blue touching up, and a half hour after my usual break time, I will take a break and then come back and do some, I don't know. During break, I'm going to pull some stuff over, and that's what I'll be painting. Where it is that I grab. That looks like it might be interesting, and not too terribly much hard work. Okay, so this one needed a fair amount of work, if I recall. Especially this block here, where the paint ran. Fix that. And then since I've got the gray paint out, I'll just look around to see if there's any little miscellaneous white spots remaining after touching up. Looks like this is in pretty good condition. Okay, set that over here. And here, let's start with these inside blocks and see where the paint, I just don't want it to show on the bottom, so I'm just going to paint up. And even though the paint gets up onto the block a little higher maybe than I'd like, can't see that, but you definitely can see this. So it's always this compromise between the other, and always pick the one that's going to look best to the user, potentially the viewer. Nice even line along the bottoms of these blocks. And just touching the outside of it just enough to get paint on my finger, which I will then very carefully not get anywhere else, I hope. And then we'll just look at the outside. We'll look at it from the top and just grab the bits, once again, that are showing on the surface of the floor, because we don't want to be able to see that looking down. There isn't? Yeah, well, looks like I did a pretty good job of it. There's hardly any of it that needed to be touched up on the outside. Okay, so that's done. This is done. So I totally missed something, which is possible. Like, I don't know, like I did one side but not the other side of a block. I'm sure during final inspection, which will be done by somebody else, you always have somebody inspect it who isn't you, because they'll look at it in a different way than you did. Pending final inspection, this set of blocks is ready to be washed. So, put these back on so I can see again. And I'm going to be taking a break, maybe like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I'll be back sometime between now and 1 o'clock. And we will continue with something. I'll find out what. But I need to move a lot of stuff around because it's used up my whole work surface. So part of the break is just going to be moving things from one place to another and starting out with something fresh. So we'll see you in a bit. Back from break. Got the camera going so that now you get to see the top of my head wearing a different sweatshirt. Except occasionally my head will move around. That's about it. That's a big change. What I'm going to be doing now is painting wood. We have a whole pile of wooden floors. These are just plain floor tiles, except for this one, which is an inside corner. So these are all painted in what's called flat earth. Funny name. I have a whole pile of door lintels that go across the tops of the doors and hold the doors in place. Actually, doors as well. These are metal doors. The panels on the inside are going to be painted the wood color. So I'm going to be painting those in, not caring too terribly much about the parts that will be painted to represent steel later on. So this will all get painted the wood color and washed. These are the tops of desks, and these are wooden doors, which also surprisingly get painted wood color. Some of these things I'm going to be painting. Some of these things, I think first I'm going to do these. They're kind of hard to hold on to, so what I have been doing in the past is I will hold it with a toothpick, like that, so that I can get all the surfaces. And I've got this forest of alligator clips here, and once one is done, I can clip it in that. There are 6 doors and 5 alligator clips, so either the very first one that I do will dry in time, maybe, to be able to take off. And if that isn't the case, then what will happen is I will try to clip 2 onto one. Anyway, I'm going to give this paint a good stir. And I'll be using this larger brush because these are all just, everything needs to be covered. So yeah, that's what we're doing during this last hour or so of this stream, is painting wood. I'm going to do the doors first because I want them to dry enough so that I can release the alligator clips so that I can do the door lintels. The door lintels, oh, this one's almost done. The door lintels are kind of the same thing. You have to use a toothpick to hold on to them. Because you have to be able to paint all the different sides of it. So, yeah, same sort of issue there. Anyway, I'll take these off so I can see close up. And I'm going to paint base coat on this stuff, including on the metal parts, because I want to make sure that the paint gets up to the bottoms of those metal parts so that when painted, we don't have. Anyway, it's just easier to paint this whole thing like that. And then the metal straps and the doorknobs get painted later. After the wash is applied to the wood. And there's a lot of wood grain texture on this that I need to get on the inside, so yeah, actually this makes a lot of sense, because this way, if I paint the metal part as well, I can make sure that there aren't too many places on the wood that aren't painted. And like everything else, they'll need to be touched up, probably, because there'll be spots where the paint pulls away. Surface as it dries, especially because there's just, like I said, a lot of wood grain texture on this. So the toothpick is in the hole where the pin hinge goes later, because these doors open and close. They actually work. And they all fit in the door frames that I had painted, this time? No, the time before, because I washed them last. I think I painted the base coats on the door frames on Monday, and I washed them Wednesday. And if there's time, and if I remember, I'll show them to you. Get this paint down into all the nooks and crannies and crevices and wood grain, so that there's minimal touch-up before the washing part. And these will dry, and I'm going to wash the wood on Monday, and then that'll have to dry, and then I'll paint the wooden straps and door handles. And put that on there and set it aside. Maybe I'll just let everybody see what's going on here. From the printing. So yeah, this particular bottle of paint is close to being done. We got our new order in, so now I've got plenty of paint to work with for base coating and for accent blocks and things like that. We're doing wood today. Wood base coating. I'm going to do these doors because they need to be on toothpicks and held by alligator clips. And put them to dry, and while they're drying, I will do floors. Which I will be doing the floors while these dry, so that I freeze up the toothpicks and the alligator clips for the door lintels, which need to be held the same way that this is being held. Too much paint on the brush, but that's okay. I'm just going to make sure that I work it. It's pretty thin, it dries nicely, doesn't show brush marks, but I just want to make sure that all the surfaces are nicely covered. Don't have a lot of touch-up later. Kind of getting a lot of paint on the brush to make sure I work it into all of the wood grain texture as much as I can, including the inside of the door handle, which hangs down here. Right on the top of the door, because that shows. Check these others. Yeah, see here? Despite my effort, there's a whole spot there that didn't get painted. where it did get painted and it went away. The top of that is done okay. This one's upside down at the moment, so yeah, just kind of checking some of the work over before things get going too far. So like all the rest of the things where I'm painting a large surface, there'll probably be some touch-up necessary to make sure that it's totally covered before putting the wash on it. And then with these doors, because I want the wash to be pretty evenly distributed, but also down into the wood grain and the crevices between the boards. I want that to be able to be highlighted with the wash. I'll be spreading it around, and it'll be spread over the things that'll be metal anyway. So they'll be painting the metal over the base coat and the wash, because that's just, otherwise it would just take forever. And I think that technique will work. Get to the cliffs. I think I'm kind of closer to it. .3D printers are printing, and again, I don't know if that sound gets filtered out or not. I think it probably does, but they sing along pretty nicely when they're going. Again, I got the toothpick in the hole where the pin hinge goes later, because these doors actually operate. They open and close in the door frames, which is pretty cool, because when you're doing a dungeon and you run into a door, you don't want to just like pretend that it's either open or closed. You can actually open or close it. You stand behind a closed door. Is it locked? The door is locked. Check for traps. Always a clever thing to do. Not something that we routinely do in our campaign. Hardly ever check for traps. The door is trapped. Oh, what do we do now? We take the other corridor and completely ignore the situation that has been established for us. Could be a challenge. There might be priceless treasure on the other side of this lock trap door. Or not. The door is locked and trapped. Rogue over, which don't have one. So you call to say, okay, who wants to disarm the trap? How shall I disarm it? Well, I don't know, just set it off. It probably won't kill you. You send your tank character over to set off the trap, because you don't have anybody who can disarm the traps. And they're only half dead. That's pretty lucky, right? And even luckier, the trap going off blows up the lock. But unlucky, it doesn't blow off the lock in a way that like opens it. No, it blows it up so that it's like the keyhole is gone, and it's jammed even harder. So that worked really well. You get out all your tools, your crowbars, your explosives, picking tools, your whatever. And then you plug away at this door, trying all sorts of different things. Fortunately, there was only one trap. The TM wasn't that diabolical, at least not this session. But, you know, eventually someone notices that the door is hinged. You know, a regular hinge with hinge pins. And the hinges are on your side of the door. That is to say, the door opens toward you. And so, yeah, being cleverly observant, I don't know, maybe someone did a perception check, maybe someone just said, okay, which way does the door open? And the GM says, well, it opens toward you. And you go, really? All this time and the door opens towards us, and then someone says, yeah, does that mean that? Yes, it means that the hinge pins are on your side of the door. So being the clever folks that you are, yeah, you just pull the pins off the hinges of the door that blew up on you. Set it down here and hope it doesn't get too messy. Like it's dry enough that it won't. Like the paint won't come off, at least. Yeah, this is interesting. You know, I worked that paint in. You saw me push all sorts of paint on it. And as it dries, it shrinks and it does pull away from various and sundry little spots, meaning that it needs to be touched up. Touched up with the same color paint. It's not a big deal. It's just, you know, one more thing that needs to be done before you're finished. It needs to catch the tiny, tiny little pinpoint spots where the primer shows through. So no matter how much paint you got on the brush and how much you work it into the surface in between all the nooks and crannies and wood grain and everything else, you still end up with spots that aren't painted. Just notice the spot there. That is an issue, which is I thought I was getting them, but it's the edges of these metal things, the metal straps. Well, I'll check that when I do touching up later. And let's see, I think I'm getting all the edges, but of course there's a chance that after I get all this painting done, and I think I've done a really fine job, that I'll look and I'll see, oh, I missed the whole side of a door. That can happen too. Well, it doesn't seem to have happened this time, at least. That's good. Yeah, these prints are really cool because the wood grain is really exaggerated. It's quite deep. But that means that either with dry brushing or a wash, it's possible for the wood grain to show really nicely. And that gives it a great effect. Dog of our two dogs decided to do some watching now. He's going to do this. I should try to clip both of them on. really wet one gets clipped, and the really not too terribly wet anymore doesn't. So set it aside there. I'm going to look for my paper towel. There it is. Paint that I'm going to put on my tiles come off. Okay, now I'm going to do the floor. While those are drying, I'm going to do floors. It's another one of those things where I need to work the paint into all of the, not just the wood grain, but the spaces between. Some of these were printed in black plastic and some in white, so these especially need to be thoroughly painted. And be putting a lot of paint on the brush and squishing it down into these spaces between the boards. It's a little thick for this. It's really good for the tops, the surfaces on the top, but not necessarily good for getting down into those crevices. See how this goes. I might need, yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to pull out, at least for the boards here. I mean, the major, between the squares, it's kind of getting in there, but not getting in here. And it's important that it get in there. So let me paint the tops of this, and then I'm going to try something with another brush to see if it works better. And what I might end up doing is a two-stage thing where I paint in between the nooks and the crannies and then use the bigger brush later. So I'm going to try this one. This isn't a terribly good brush. But I think, yeah, it fits in the crevice and gets the paint in. So I'm going to have to do that. Not a big deal. It just means that it all takes a little more time. But it's really important for the brown paint to get into the spaces between the boards so that they don't, you want them to be dark because it's between the boards. Definitely not light. It looks like this is the way it's going to have to be done. Just do one here just to show what it's like, and this has to be done first because you can see what happens here as it pulls the paint away a little bit. It can take a lot of time, but it got the job done. And then the surface needs to be retouched up, so I'm going to do the surface last. I'll finish this one just to get one done, but now I know the process that needs to happen to get these floors done properly. The floors, there's just no place to grab them. So you just have to do the corners. And you know that you're just going to be touching it, and the corners will have to be touched up when we do touch up later, because there's always a touch up phase. Okay, so knowing that now, I'm going to put the big brush in the water. Just going to do the get paint down in the crevices. A little less critical with the stuff that was printed in black because it's already dark, because the primer didn't even get in there. There's a couple of white ones. Yeah. Actually, with the rest of the black ones. Anyway, we'll see. Really important to get in there. And because it's white, you can actually see where the paint is and where it isn't. To self, when we're dealing with this kind of print, printed in black, and I'm pretty sure that we're not using white for this anymore, because well, just for that very reason. I want to pay for that later. Reaching over a bit. Mediocre, worn out brush is getting really beat up here, but that's the way it goes. You gotta do what you gotta do. There's probably, the white probably wasn't so bad with the stone tiles, because you have to get the paint down. I mean, the primer gets in the mortar joints anyway, and you have to get the paint down into those, but with these wooden floor tiles, it definitely is an issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at these black ones, and what I want to make sure is that when they were primed, that it didn't. So it's there, but especially use block the between. Yeah, so this looks pretty good with the black plastic. That works okay. Put that away again. And get the big brush out again. And I think we can finish these up. Whoa. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and I was really careful to work the paint into all the grit. You know, I mean, you saw me do that, right? But it's pulling away on the surface. So these are going to have to be touched up in a significant way. Part of it might be that this is near the bottom of the bottle. There's less solvent in it, so the paint is a little viscous and more prone to pulling away from itself as it dries. You know, touching up is like almost like second coating it. This, as you can see, this goes really quickly. It looks like it's drying pretty fast, which means that I'll be able to touch them up pretty quickly. But I want to do things that depend on toothpicks next. As the door frames are drying, I'm going to do lintels. You know, like, you have to touch up the corners and things anyway, because that's the only place I can hold. You know, let me try these. These haven't been working very well. with the tiles that have walls on them, but they might be okay for the floors. And almost anything's better than what's been happening with the corners. Everything on, so maybe this will work. Got 2 of them, so I can paint one on here. But for just a little bit while I paint the other one on the other handle. Yeah, this is definitely better. This might be dry enough to not damage it too much when I take it off. Something up there. Anyway, we get the base coat on these, and then we'll do some touching up. Except what's left of this paint. So let that one sit. The other handle. This one. Yeah, this paint is pretty much gone. Get into the nooks and crannies and crevices and wood grains and edges and stuff. Use that up before I'm done with these. Paints are very forgiving. I mean, you can do this with them and not leave brush marks. Very quickly now. Nice. So that one aside. Pull this one off gently by the corners. Yeah, that pulled the paint away, but it's not too bad. Yeah. Once it's dry, it'll be easy to touch it up. Given the nature of these, we should be able to do the touch-up actually with this bigger brush. Looking at it, it's just like the spots all over the wood grain where the paint pulled away from itself as it dried. And pretty much, yeah, it's just, you know, touching up spots on the wood grain and then the corners where I have to touch it to pull them off or everything. That the primer actually got down in there this time. Okay. Paint these edges. And when we first started doing these tiles ages ago, the first ones we did, we didn't paint the base part here, base part there, because we thought, well, you wouldn't see it, but then it ended up that sometimes you did. And then, anyway, learned our lesson that way. And now we try to get the paint down on all the surfaces, because you never know what'll show and what won't on the show. See it in one direction, and now I see it in the other direction. It didn't look like the primer had gotten down in there at first, but when you get the brown paint on it, then the contrast becomes more obvious. Anyway, getting the paint where the paint needs to be. The monitor here is definitely not accurate color. Everything looks way oranger, redder, I guess, maybe, than it does in reality. I hope your color rendering is a little better. So yeah, this color I see is not the color I see. In fact, the color on the monitor is closer, my monitor at least, is closer to the way it looks when it's washed than it does unwashed right now, at least the wet paint. This is moving along, so I'll definitely be able to get the first base coat on these floor tiles done during this stream. They'll be dry enough to do the touch-up in them. They definitely need touching up. These. Yeah, I still get paint stripped off in the corners where I had to touch it to pull it off, but it's a whole lot less than if I was holding it and then getting it all over my hands and gloves. Paint left in this bottle. But we will use what we've got and then move on to a fresh one, which will have to happen way sooner than later. I think I've got enough to finish this, and that's about it. It's nice to have a flat surface we can just like paint across like one would normally spread paint.
And it doesn't happen very often with these, though, because there's always like wood grain or pebbly texture, or occasionally there's a larger flat surface. Corners of this one. Yep, nicely done. This is a little different. This has a post on it. This is an inside corner. The wall goes here and the wall goes there, and that fills in the space. You use what's left of the paint in this jar to paint the post. There's still little bits of paint in there. I'm going to do it differently because the paint is still pretty viscous, and I'm not sure how it's going to work on the wood grain. So I'm going to use it to paint the sides. Doesn't matter if I do them early, first, or last. It's just a sequence of things I had gotten into. This time I'm doing first, and then I'm going to throw an empty paint bottle in the trash, because I can't recycle it, because I'm not going to be able to get all the dry paint out of there. Maybe there's actually enough to finish this. That would be kind of cool. Retire the bottle after actually finishing a tile. It was enough to get this done. We've got 2 more to do. Two is paint lintels. Those need to be done. This is gone. So, flat earth, I think I've got. Here it is, a brand new bottle of this. I'm going to soak this brush, because when they're fresh bottles, I don't know if you can see it or not, but at the top here there is nothing but solvent, and at the bottom there is nothing but pigment. So get to hear this buzz for a little while. Hey, so now that it's stirred, so it is fresh paint. Paint up there, but to get some of it out. One of our use this when you open a bottle, you put some paint on the cap so that you use one that's already been opened and you don't just open a fresh one when there's a bottle that's like a third empty only. Okay, so let's go at this one. Dabbing it out of the bottle cap. This is a thing that we've been always doing, is use the paint in the bottle cap. Don't waste it. And when you're painting a minifig or something, there's usually like 5 times more paint in the bottle cap than you need the whole thing. When you're doing this, that's how much it covered. Bring the mug of water down, so I am not hydrating. But yeah, I get like 15 minutes to go, so I will survive without water that long. This is coming along okay. I've got one more of these to do the first coat of the base coat, and then I'm gonna start doing touch up. No, actually, I'll let them dry. I really want to get the first coat on these lintels because they're necessary to finish the doors, and until they're painted and washed, we can't finish. I think there's like 8 doors that need to be done. And these doors are quick and easy, relatively speaking, even though they need a fair amount of touch-up. That goes fast. And the washing goes really fast. And then it's done. But the lintels are just the first step in completing a door. In that the next steps are to get the hinge pins into the doors, set the doors into their frames, and then epoxy the lintels on top to hold them in place. And then the epoxy part, the glue on the top, needs to be touched up in order to complete the doors. So the doors are quite a process. And I haven't even talked about painting the doors. I mean, the doors yet. Like I did the base coat on some of the wooden doors, but that's just the first step. Those will need a touch-up, and after the touch-up, they need to be washed, and after the wash, the metal part needs to be painted, and then the metal part needs a real quick wash. So the doors are pretty, I mean, they're tiny, but you can do like 10 of these floor tiles in the time it takes to do a door, practically. Okay, I can just let that sit there. So what I'm going to do next, all these doors on the toothpicks, well, I'm going to leave them on the toothpicks because they need to be touched up, but I'm going to take them out of the alligator clips. You know, no, they need to be touched up, but I need to get the base coat on the lintels first. So I'm going to get myself some more toothpicks because I need them to hold the lintels in place. I had one done. That's how it's stick it through the hinge pin hole. But that, because it needs to be painted on all the surfaces, tops and bottom and around, there's no place to hold it. And you can't really put it on a holder, so this seems to work. Get the brown paint all over the edges. Because potentially, even underneath, the only part that won't show there's these little bits here and here, and that underneath, that's where it's glued on to the door frame. But everything else potentially could show, so it all needs to be base coated and washed. Gator clip, it doesn't matter which way is up, as long as the thing grabs it. Another double one here. So it's all done. This is another one of those things where there are more pieces than there are clips. So we'll see if the first one's dry enough to take it off the clip, or whether I need to try to double up somehow. This is all going pretty quickly. Just need to rotate. This is another one of those, rotate it to make sure that the surfaces are actually all getting painted. And one can just paint across, like one is actually painting. Where I know I need 2 doubles and 4 singles for the door frames that we have. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to make sure I get at least that many done. There's some extras here that, since they're all, regardless of the set, and regardless of the stone or the wood or whatever the set is made out of, the door frames are all uniform. And after this wood combination of the earth plus the smoky ink wash. So I'll get the extras done too. Make sure that I definitely get these done. Okay, skinny toothpick, big hole. That's better. Just as I'm missing one of the surfaces here, I want to check that one to make sure I got all the edges. Yep, okay. What I should get, yeah, can't really do it today, but I probably should have like a little piece of styrofoam or something, and instead of the alligator clips, I could just stick the end of the toothpick into it, and that would hold it, and I wouldn't be limited by the number of clips. Duh. But I don't have one of those here, so we're just going to do it this way. Actually, that wooden block. Yeah. Just moving along. Base. This is the last one that's essential to complete the door frames that we have so far. But there's some extras left there. And since I'm painting them and washing them, it certainly, well, we'll need them for the next set. I'm sure that those are primed because someone carefully counted them out. Even though the set itself isn't completely painted yet, they'll need to be done. This holds up okay. What have we got left? We've got 2 doubles and 2 singles. Painting this one, I keep thinking, oh yeah, that's the surface. The one I'm painting right now is the surface that I almost certainly missed on one of the others. So yeah, I've done that. When I painted these lintels before, I go back and it's like, oh, like this part here, the under part is totally not painted. These little holes there that kind of hold them. Getting it done, and at least when I'm paying attention, I'm getting all the surfaces painted. See if that holds up and is true. And when I do the touch-up later, this one didn't get pushed in far enough, maybe. And in doing so, yeah, touching wet paint is not good for the painted surface. These are dry enough, I'm just going to take them out. Lean it the other direction. Got 2 of these left. The time, yep. And finish these, and we're going to be out of time. So we'll talk about what we're going to do next time, which will be Monday. Relaxing painting dice and dungeons, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10 until 2, with a break in the middle somewhere. Painting dungeon tiles, lots and lots and lots of dungeon tiles and dungeon tile accessories. Today I did accent blocks on a whole bunch of gray painted base coat rough stone tiles. I did the base coat on some wooden floor tiles, which will require a fair amount of touching up, which I will be doing on Monday when I get in, and be touching up lintels and touching up doors, because I can look at it and see that all of these pieces need some touching up. The paint has pulled away from the grain underneath. Well, that's great. The very last one has a failure of a toothpick, and I don't have any more toothpicks. Just like that. So I have to go to another toothpick. effective. It's just that it's too small to hold on to the wall here. There are two other pieces I'm going to do as we go into just a couple of minutes of overtime, and I'm going to do them because they're the kind of thing that will need a fair amount of touch-up, because it's big flat surface with a lot of wood graining. And I'm doing that because if I'm going to be doing touch-up first thing on Monday, I might as well touch those two because they will need it. And those are like desktops or tabletops. There's a stone base, which you can't see because I don't have it here. I haven't painted it yet. There's a stone base, and then there's a wooden top on top of it, which forms a counter. So you can say it's a desk, or you can say it's like a service counter at a bar, you know, like a bar surface. And you can use it for a lot of different things. They're actually pretty neat with the stone base and the wooden top. Get the wooden top painted, base coated, because it has, I'll show you. It has really deep wood grain in it. Okay. And because of that, just know that it will, need touching up. So actually, this is, the bottom of it needs to be painted too. I'm just going to paint the tops, and then I'll do the bottoms when I do touching up, but the tops have edges all around the bottom, and I want to put them on here. Here, I can put them on here, and I can get the edges. There's just two of them, and there's two holders, so it'll work out. And I can get the bottoms when I do touching up on Monday, but let's get the base coat pushed down into the wood grain here. That is washed. All of that wood grain, which you can just barely see now because it's pretty monochrome, will pop out. It will be very pretty. Paint the edges. This is why I put it on the holder, so I could get these edges, which I couldn't do if I just let it sit on the work surface top. But this just takes a couple of minutes, and I know that there will be little spots, just like there are. So you can see little spots around. Touching these up too. So the next steps for these are all going to be slightly different, not hugely different. There'll be touch up on everything first thing on Monday, so that the touch up will dry. You probably do the floors first because that has the biggest surface area, and then the lintels and the doors, the wooden doors with the metal straps on them. And then we need to touch up to dry. Touching up will be pretty much like probably a smaller brush because I see that I need to get into these little crevices, but otherwise I could just use this bigger brush and go and it's touched. So it'll be a two-step touch-up process. The slow touch-up and the fast touch-up. So, floors touched up, countertops touched up, doors touched up, lintels touched up, and there's these other doors here. These are a little bit more challenging. I haven't gotten to them yet. The wood panels in here panels between these things. These are going to be painted wood. And what you can see is that this brush, I mean, it'll do it, but it's just not the best. So I'm going to be using a smaller brush so that I can get all of the inside edges. We've painted these before, and it's really important to get the inside edges of these panels, the panel color, because when you paint the ribbing over it, the paint doesn't go all the way down on, it could, but it would be hard. And then if the panel isn't painted right up to the edge, there's these unpainted spots. So I'll be doing these with the old toothpick technique and the hinge pin hole. Hold it. These doors are interesting. I'll just take a second while I stick that in there. There's two kinds of doors. There's the single door, which has a peak on top, and then there's the double door, where you've got plant so that they come together like that. Well, the technique is going to be that these door panels, the panels on the insides of the doors are wood, the same wood color combination as all of the other wood, and then there'll be a steel frame around them. And those are the doors that we use on the stone dungeons. These are the doors that we use on the taverns and warehouses, with the ones with the wooden floors and the wooden stucco walls. And the kind of touching up we're going to do is, like, if you see here, if you look, you can see that bright spot right there. That's the kind of thing that we need to catch. So it'll be kind of like rotating it around, getting the little spots in between, okay, with a smaller brush to get the paint down into them. And then I'll get the larger brush out again and just touch up the surface like I did with this one, just quickly getting all the little spots, like here and here and here, where the painted away. You know, it's kind of a pain to have to touch things up, basically paint things twice, but it goes pretty quickly, and it makes for a much better finished product. So, yeah, I did there they all are, all the sparkling accent colors. They really jump out there. They get toned down when the wash is put on them. They look pretty bright right now. And then all of this stuff base coated in wood that we will be on Monday touching up. Hi, Freedom from Mars. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, you're catching it right at the end here. Yeah, so the base coat goes on, where most of the wood is just a ink, smoky ink, and I don't have any wooden tiles handy. I've got a door frame. I can show you what it looks like. This is the base coat, and that's what it looks like when it's washed. Smoky ink makes it look really nice, and it brings out all the grain in the tile. So that's pretty cool. The lintels will look the same. The floors are pretty bland. It's just that. These doors get the same treatment with the wash, and after they're washed, these metal straps, sorry I missed you, these metal straps and the door handle will get painted in a dark metallic color. And what we're looking at doing, these are a little intricate because we want to capture the nail heads here, is like with these, where it's just a smooth surface, just be painting this like a dark steel or gunmetal color. It's painting right over it. But these, because it has that feature, we're going to be painting in a lighter silver and then washing it with a black wash. it's an extra step, but we'll see how it goes. The other thing we've done with the doors, and we'll see how this works, is after we wash it with the smoky ink, there's these spaces between the boards here. If those fill in and are highlighted pretty well, we'll just leave it at that. But in the past, we've really gone out of our way to get some black ink, and with a tiny, teeny little brush, paint the gaps between the boards just to highlight them. So we'll see how that goes with these. This is done in a different color. This is done with a much darker base coat. But that's how the metallic comes out. That's a chainmail silver with a light black wash on it. And you can see that makes it look worn, but it also highlights the bolt heads so that you see them. If that was just done in one color, which would be the easiest thing to do, you wouldn't be able to see those. So that's what we'll be doing on Monday, is doing the touch up on all this brown stuff, letting it dry while I paint the little panels on these doors. And after they're dried, I'll be washing them, and you'll see the magic happen as it comes to life. And then with these particular doors, I'll have to wait probably till Wednesday because the wash takes a while to dry. Because then I'll come back and paint the metal straps and the door handles. And that dries pretty quickly. So by the end of the stream, I should be able to wash those. Okay. And just got a whole pile of other little things over there that need to be base coated. Looks like there's a whole lot of tiles that will be base coated in our dark blue color, which is the base coat that we used for these, which is much lighter than the base coat for this. So yeah, the never-ending stream of stuff to do. And we'll continue the stream on the stream of the stuff that needs to be done. So thanks for joining in. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10 until 2, with a break somewhere in between. Sundays, live chat stream of our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. A lot of fun. It's really cool. If you don't catch it, watch it on YouTube or listen to the podcast. Either way, it's appreciated. Feel free to be a follower. Feel free to be get onto Patreon/DysonDungeons.com. I have to advertise that at least once every stream. Haven't done it yet. And support our efforts. So, thank you all for watching, and we will have a good weekend, and we'll see you. Yeah, please join in on Monday, 10 until 2, anytime during that period of time, except between somewhere between 12 and 12:45. I take a break in there. But you can watch the Be Right Back screen, which some people say is the best part of the show. Anyway, thank you. See you Monday. Take care.